Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. I think we have things working. So with that, first on the agenda is we do have quorum. All 9 councillors are here. And I'll ask everybody to rise for the singing of Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for.
That was short. Okay, so next on our agenda is recognitions and introductions. So first is Public Works Director Con Wallach.
Thank you, Reeve. We got some heavy equipment. Trevor Dick has joined the county and brings 29 years of experience. And Jordy Purvis joined as well and is from the area. They're both under Jordy Lund's crew. And Rohit Sangha joined and replaced Harold as the new asset information tech. Comes from Calgary, and his background is in geomatics from the University of Calgary. And you can see that he did work as a GIS intern at the Pigeon Lake watershed and handled on-call requests at the Critical Control Technologies. I believe there's one more. Yep. Rebecca joined as our seasonal gravel checker with Scott White. She was raised in the county and attended Trinity Western University and got a degree in chemistry. Interestingly enough, she's been playing rugby in New Zealand. Obviously, the majority of these are field staff and aren't in chambers, so join me in welcoming them.
Oh, thank you. Can you pass on our congratulations and welcome them to the county for us? And we look forward to seeing them around quite a bit. So, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to staff introductions. 2.2 is Director Shonkin. I believe Ryan is going to be doing the. Oh, okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Today I'm here to introduce Jamie Sluggett as the new member of Cash Control. She's joining us as a temporary payroll clerk. She has a significant amount of education with her Bachelor of Commerce and her Payroll Compliance Professional Certificate. She's also had a wealth of experience working in similar industries, so we're really excited to have her join the team. Outside of work, she enjoys camping, curling, and spending time with her 2 young girls. So she's sitting just behind me here.
So welcome, Jamie. I gather Kurt was your coach in curling and he taught you well. I don't see you at provincials yet, but so. Oh, he did? Oh, that's good. So welcome to the county and we look forward to seeing your face around here and thank you for joining us. So with that, moving on to agenda approval. Councillor Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move approval of the agenda.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson of the approval of the council meeting agenda for Monday, August 14th, 2023. Is there any further additions or deletions? Councillor Frame.
Sorry, just in line.
Okay. So with that, I will call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to minutes approval. Councillor Frame.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the approval of the July 20th, 2023 Budget Council meeting minutes.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne of approval of the July 20th, 2023 Budget Council meeting minutes as presented. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 4.2. Councillor Krennic.
I'd like to move the approval of the council meeting minutes from July 24th, 2023.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic of approval of the minutes, regular council meeting minutes for July 24th, 2023 is presented. Are there any errors or omissions? I'm seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 4.3, Committee of the Whole meeting minutes. Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thank you, Reeve Marshall. I'd move the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes for July 27th, 2023.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris of approval of the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes for July 27th, 2023 as presented. Are there any errors or omissions? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 5, delegations and appointments. They're not due here till 5:40 or 10:40, so we'll wait for them. So with that, we'll move on. There's no unfinished business, no public hearings, new business, 8.1 policy review project, 8.1A, signing and approval authority. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. This policy has been brought forward as part of the review. It took us a while to get through this document because every department wanted to see certain improvements made. Oh, is there somebody else online? Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. So there is a number of changes proposed for this policy. In general, the policy has been transferred to the new template. The guidelines have been updated. We removed certain procedures that they no longer live within the policy. Updates and additions to definitions have been made, but I would like to basically walk you through the red line version because of the changes. The policy purpose, we cleaned up that section. Policy statement was added to provide consistency, transparency, accountability, and reporting throughout the municipality so that every individual signing an official document on behalf of the county understands that in doing so, they're binding the corporation to a specific course of action. We added a few more definitions as to the agreement, chief elected official, the chair, council, employee. We took out the agreement definition from this document. We talking about day-to-day operations to the CEO, just cleaning up the language to make sure it's in compliance with the Act. The section that was added is credit cards and purchasing cards programs. As you probably well aware, the county uses a purchasing card program as well. In addition to that, the county also has Costco cards that are staff purchasing, and those cards are not covered right now in any policy. So we propose to add that. Cards are issued to facilitate ease of purchase of goods and services. Cards will be issued to employees who require one at the discretion of the director, and all invoices receipts shall be approved by authorized signing in authority, which is a process we currently follow. It's just not documented anywhere. Right now we have a process where there is a visa statements reconciled and people have to attach receipts and sign on it. The next one that talks about CEO or designal shall approve the guidelines and procedures for the security and approval of use of these cards. So as I said, we have some guidelines, but nothing is formalized in the document. So the big changes are in the following schedule. So in the preamble to the schedule, signing and approving requirements, it talks about that if you see a 1 star beside description of documents, it requires, that means it requires 2 signatures, couple stars that designates authority and does not automatically revert to the supervisor because that requires authorization by Alberta Safety Code Council. For example, our safety codes, they are only the one who qualified to provide that type of a certification. And their supervisor not necessarily would carry the same designations for Alberta safety codes. So now going through the sections, the first section is legislative and administrative. There isn't a lot of changes there other than formatting. In the next one on financial, you will see that we added grant applications and agreements to or with federal or provincial government. If required, council approval is required, and so on. It depends on type of agreement, and that's a process we follow right now. The next, we added operating agreements with non-profits. We're saying council approval is required, and then after that, any one of the CAO, director, or manager could sign it, depending on agreement. We added audited financial statement as management report, 2 signatures required, CAO and director on that one. And management report is usually presented to council in closed session. I see this operating agreement with non-profits is duplicated here, so I'll skip through that one. The next big change that we asking council to consider, and as you see, the section is titled Approval of Agreements, what is added within approved budgets, including land purchase. So if there is an established budget, we're asking that council basically eliminates the current practice of awarding agreements in excess of $200,000. That will save time on writing those RFDs and sometimes delaying to award the projects. So unless the lowest qualified bid is outside of approved council budget, then it would be awarded by administration, basically to expedite the process. So right now, we open the bids, then we wait for council meeting, write the RFD, bring it to council, and only after that, then we can proceed to award the contract. So, and that's a process we would continue to follow if the lowest bid is outside of the budget pre-approved by council. So then it would still come to council. So that's what we're asking in this section. Other than that, there is no changes. What it says that
Do you have a light on?
yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on that then, Julia, if the council has approved a budget that has, say, multiple factors within it, and are we going to assign a budget for a land purchase then when we're making that motion? Or so the question would be that if you buy the land because it's in the larger budget, but then you end up going over budget on some other part of the original plan, then we're sort of outside of this conversation.
That's a very good question. I think it's any component that would take us outside of the budget. And I think in our drafts, in our budgets, we usually talk about those components anyways, because we usually allocate so much for engineering of its construction of the road, so much anticipated for land purchase. So you wouldn't be budgeting per component, you would be budgeting per project, but that's for something for us to know, and that's nothing unusual. Any municipality usually does that and says that here is what, considering this bid and other components, that will put us in excess of the budget. So that would be director's responsibility to make sure that they bring that forward. Yeah.
Perfect.
But we wouldn't be budgeting because that would be too big of a process. Yeah. That is not, I guess, one of the other commitments we discussed internally to make sure the council aware who are the bidders and who received the award. a director will provide that update in the director's report. So there would be always a summary on the tenders and awards, who provided, who submitted the bids and who was the lowest bid, and that it was within the budget. So it would be on a monthly director's report. So that's the idea.
So just to follow up with that, just so I'm clear, then this includes like the road projects. And if it's $2 or $3 million, as long as it's under budget, then we will get that information at the end of the month on the director's report.
Would you like to speak to that, Ryan? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So the internal discussion was that we're bringing a project to council as part of budget and you're approving it. So let's say you approve it for $1 million, we tender it, it closes at 800,000. We're basically into a double approval. So yes, everything would, and then if it was $1,001, it's coming in like it always does because it's outside of an approved budget.
I just want to make sure that we're getting the
And then
information.
I was just gonna say, yeah, and then at the end of the month on the director's report, I would just add a thing with a summary saying, here's the 3 projects that were awarded within budget and the additional one that council approved because it was outside of budget. It would be a summary of everything.
Okay. Okay, carry on, Julia.
Yeah, and another component we spoke about to make, you know, and I know it's a big transition, would be a big transition for council. In some municipalities they utilize at the time when the awards, the bids are open. Usually there is an unofficial record issued, and that unofficial record could be also sent to council if that's what you would like, by email. So you would know immediately on the day when the bids were open who were unofficial bidders. It doesn't mean that the lowest bid on that document will be the ones who would be awarded, because usually they go through the process, they review the documents, make sure that it actually, the lowest bid addresses what exactly the requirements were, and then they decide and they make sure that there is insurance and all the performance letters are in place and materials and bonds and so on. So that's typically how it works. So that's a big change right there. The next one is in the purchasing and approving payments. We slightly changing the authorities there, but still the CAO would sign everything in excess of $100,000 and approve. Right now it is $75,000. It's just we felt like these values haven't been updated forever, and things are changing now. Yeah. So then we go into other mileage and expense, employee expense claims. We're saying that the lowest level could approve the manager. Right now that's a practice, but it's not officially listed anywhere. Credit card statements, the lowest level of approval, manager or designate, again through proper reconciliation. Then the next we added bill of sale for unless approved by council. There's 2 signatures required, CAO and director. It depends on what it is that we dispose in. And there's a lot of changes in land section. We say in land acquisition for roads, we're leaving it up to the managers or a designate to sign, because that would be within the budget and within the usually set budget. Land sales agreement, that's where we're saying there's 2 signatures required, CAO and director. Utility and resource agreements through the county, we're saying that director will sign those. Land transfer documents, right now corporate seal is required, and CAO and or director would sign that document. Leases and licenses of county land, and that's excluding counties' undeveloped right-of-ways and reserve land. So we lease parcels of land that currently owned by the county, like for example, by 5 Mile Hall to farmers. However, if it is, if the lease or licensing required for undeveloped right-of-way, there is a process for that. So that would be a separate process that would have to come to council. And that is identified in the line below, leases and licenses of a county underdeveloped right-of-ways, undeveloped right-of-ways. Access agreements to third-party land, that would be signed by director and designate. Let's see, what's the next? The next one, we included encroachment, subdivision authority approval, plans, reports, permits, and other under the Weed Control Act and Agricultural Pest Act, plans, reports, permitting orders under the Forest and Fire Protection Act. We saying the manager could sign it, and that's also by adding the documents here, we clarifying who is responsible for what and what authority is given, and that with hope that it will improve accountability as well. Development agreement, including the landscaping agreements. Usually corporate seal is required, and two signatures required here, CIO and director. Okay, we're removing plans reports from that section because it's relates to section. We moved it to the section above that. And safety code permits, that's where the only place where you see that double stars saying the designate could sign it. But then again, it doesn't mean that anybody above that person has authority unless you properly certified through Alberta Safety Council. And there are no changes really to the human resources section there. That's all in place. So that is it. Those are the proposed changes to this policy. So looking for council, there's a clean version of it attached in the 8.1A2. So if you have any other questions, we will answer. There's a lot of work went into this policy by all of the departments. There was many requests and proposals, so hopefully we cleaned it up, but this is not likely that not last time that you will see it, because as we start using it, somebody always comes forward and say, what about this? And we said, okay, let's add it. So, okay. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thanks, Chief Marshall. So if there's no questions, I would move option 1, that council approve policy I-9.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris that council approve policy I-9 as presented. Policy
It's
19.
I-9.
I-9.
Okay.
Don't mess me up there, Deputy Reeve. So motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris that council approve policy I-9 as presented. I'm seeing no further questions on the floor, so I'll call the question, and thanks for, it looks like there was a lot of work that went into this. So thank you staff for getting this all straightened around and getting rid of some red tape. That motion is carried. So I see our delegation, everybody is here ready to go. So we'll move back to 5.1, which is funding quote from Tim Heimdahl for the Hythe mural restoration. So Norlie, I'll let you do the introductions.
Thank you. So we have local artist Tim Heimdahl and Christine Juno here today. They've been asked to present to council a proposal for the restoration and reinstallation of the Olive Sticky Memorial Mural, the Last Spike. This mural is currently disassembled and stored in the Hythe Park Shop building. The mural was originally located on the east wall of the former Hythe Municipal Building, is 40 feet long and 8 feet high. And he's estimated a cost for the restoration project to be about $14,000 plus GST. I will let him speak to the history and stuff of the mural. The funding for this, if it grew from council, administration would recommend the Community Grants Reserve, just because we're getting low on funding in our community assistance grant pot. It wouldn't have enough money to cover the 14,000. Go ahead, Tim.
Oh, I'm Tim Heimdahl. I'm an artist, and I'm here to talk to you about refurbishing and reinstalling the Hythe mural. I've received hundreds of commissions for art projects, including the mural of Kakwa Falls that was on the Telus building for about 20 years. And all of the murals in the Grand Prairie Museum and the murals in the Aykroyd Family Theatre in the Philip J. Carey Dinosaur Museum. In 2005, I was commissioned to do a legacy mural for the Town Hall of Hythe. The mural titled "The Last Spike" was installed on the west wall of the town hall. The mural was posthumously commissioned by Olive Stickney. And Christine would like to say a little bit about Olive Stickney.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christine, and I grew up in Hythe. I remember Mrs. Stickney from when I was a little girl. She was definitely a leading citizen of Hythe and as well of the county of Grand Prairie. So she was born Olive Fimwright back in 1914 in Kingman, Alberta. She grew up in Valhalla Center, where she operated a coffee shop as a young woman. She married Louis Stickney in 1939, and they farmed in the Hythe area for many years, where they also raised their family of 5 children. Olive was elected as the first female county councillor in Alberta, right here for the county. And that was definitely a milestone for the era. She served as the councillor for Hythe on the County of Grand Prairie Board for 21 years. She was involved in many community projects, including the building of the Hythe Pioneer Home for Seniors, the Seven Lakes Motel and Restaurant in Hythe, the Hythe Pioneer Society, and the writing of the Hythe Pioneer Roundup book, and moving the Tolif Omelette Cabin into Hythe to serve as a museum and tourist information center along Highway 43. She received the Distinguished Albertan Award from Premier Don Getty. Olive was well known for her fashionable attire, her high heel shoes, and signature hats. If you saw a luxury sedan driving down the road with only a hat at the wheel, you could be sure it was Olive. Olive passed away in Edmonton in 2003. In her will, she requested that her extensive collection of designer hats be auctioned to raise money for a Tim Heimdall mural to commemorate the history of Hythe. The auction was organized at the Hythe Town Hall. It was well attended with avid local and out-of-province hat collectors, local business people, and organizations all vying for one of her hats. Several hats sold for $1,000. In 2005, Tim Heimdall was commissioned to paint the mural. Donna Shale gave Tim access to her collection of historical photographs. Tim focused on the railroad, local businesses, and farming to create a series of vignettes of the early days of Hythe, a prosperous, thriving village in the county of Grand Prairie, Alberta.
Okay.
Well, I think she's got some.
So yeah, there are some slides up there, and if you can scroll back to the first slide. It was, I designed it to look like pictures in a photo album, and to depict the last spike circa, I think, 1930, the Hythe Railway Station, Oakford store, and the old style gas pumps that were in front of that.
Through the slides.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So there's the first spike.
Last spike.
Or sorry, the last spike. And so the next one after that is the Hythe Railway Station. And the next one is a boy wrangling a calf, sort of representative of the farming industry and ranching. And the next one, of course, the threshing machine. And the one after that, I think, I don't know if that's the last one. Oh no, there's the a fish ladder and a dam that was built along, I believe it was Beaver Lodge River, and it was a recreational space area as well. There's Oakford store with the old style gas pumps, and that's back to the beginning. So 3 years ago, the mural was removed from Hythe Town Hall in order to paint the building. The mural was put in storage, and with the recent transfer of the town to the county, the town hall was decommissioned and the mural was not reinstalled. There is some fading, some scuff marks, some weathered edges on the mural, and I would like to restore the mural and have it put back on display along with a plaque about Olive Stickney. I think it's important to commemorate the community of Hythe, to continue to commemorate the community of Hythe with this mural and its vibrant history. And so I'd like to suggest a couple of possible new locations for the mural, and the preferable one being next to the tourist cabin called the Sunderman Tack Shop across the highway at the Main Street corner, across from the outlet or the outpost, which is a business on the corner. Suitable name for that area would make a nice little vignette. That whole intersection would make a beautiful tourist stop. The mural could be located to the north or the south of the tourist cabin, facing the highway on a freestanding support similar to a billboard, and it would be up and out of the way of vandals and fully visible to anybody traveling tourists, as well as anyone from the area. And the other possible location would be on the same building, but on the east, the east facing wall. It used to be on the west facing wall, but now there's a building next to it which would obscure the view of it. So, but on the east facing wall, there's a park, and but it would be less visible to tourists and people traveling there than it would be next to the Sunderman Tack Shop. And that's my proposal.
I'd just like to say one thing. I think the main highway is probably preferable because it's the main highway going through the county of Grand Prairie. So the mural would be visible not only to citizens of Hythe, but also to citizens throughout the county, as well as visitors who are on their way through the county and going up to the Alaska Highway. And I know as a teenager, I worked in that tourist booth, and I was absolutely amazed at the number of people who came through from all over the world and signed our guest book at the little cabin. Thank you.
Thank you for your information. I do have a light here. Councillor Peterson, go ahead.
So with all of I don't think there's a more well-known person from Hythe in her time for sure. And she was unmistakable when she was in town with those high heels and those massive hats. Also, she was a horrible driver. And the other thing I think is ironic, I've seen that Oakford's Hardware store picture, and it had the gas pumps in front of there. And while we were doing repairs to the sidewalk in Hythe, we found the tank. The gas tank was still underneath the sidewalk, so it's not there now. It's been removed, but you know, and I didn't recall those pumps, but later on I'd seen them in other pictures to find out, yeah, that's where they come from and what it was. But I would, there's no other comments.
I do have Deputy Harris.
Okay, go ahead.
Deputy Harris, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. Just thank you for coming in today. I just have a few questions, and I'd like to ask. The first one is, in our executive summary, it said that you had been asked to present to council a proposal. I just wonder who asked you.
Well, I was talking to Brian Peterson at the Crossley Center for the county barbecue.
Right.
And so it was in that conversation that we thought that we could present this.
Okay, sure. And so I just following on to that, is there any community interest or support in having this mural put up? Like, is there a group in Hythe that would be behind this that you know of?
Not at the moment. We haven't looked into that. We were actually asking Brian if he knew where the mural was because it had been taken down 3 years ago. And it didn't get put up because of all the changes that were going on in the town of Hythe transitioning into the county. So we were just talking to Brian and asking where the mural was and, you know, what its condition was, et cetera. And so then Brian put us in touch with people in the county, introduced us. And so then people within the county asked us to come forward and give a presentation to the council.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the next question is, do you have a place to restore this or will it be done?
Yes, yeah, I would restore this in my studio.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Councillor Beaupre, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Great piece of history. I guess my question is similar to Deputy Reeve Harris's. I know usually when that's a community initiative, the community has rallied together to raise some funds first before they come to the county to basically finalize the project. And it seems like it's a bit of a different step this way to do it, ask for the funds first without going out to the community. So I would be supportive if I saw that there was some community support and maybe some community buy-in as well.
It had the town not been transferred to the county, it would have been put back up. So it was and it was my plan to restore and refurbish the mural before that transpired.
Great.
So it's more or less a continuation now as a hamlet as opposed to a town.
Right.
But the community is the same.
Sorry, Tim, I'm not questioning that. I just think that it would be nice to see that there was some support financially from within the community as well. I know the town of Beaver Lodge had their Build a Dream, I think it was, or whatever, for the murals that are there as well. And they had community support from them as well. And we've had some work done in the hamlet of Claremont as well, where there's been some financial support from people or companies or whatever. So thank you.
Councillor Frame.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and actually just even the comment of, you know, sort of where you guys feel like it should be placed. Within our information, it says that location would still require approval from the Heritage and Historical Society. So even having that to say like this group supports this being there would probably go a lot towards us being, that group is supportive of having it there. And right now I don't have that in my information. So I think that's kind of partially what we're looking for as well.
Okay. Yeah, initially the mural was completely paid for through the fundraising with Olive's Hats, the fundraising of that event. But I certainly see your point of view. And like Tim was saying, it was planned that it was going to be refurbished and there were talks with the town, but the town no longer exists. So that's why we're here just, you know, talking to you today. But if there's more that you would like us to do, that's no problem.
Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'm of sort of the same opinion too. A little bit more participation from the community in itself would make my opinion of this go a lot further. I think it's a great project. I just think that there needs to be more community involvement than just to the county and asking that way. So it is good though. And I think you will get support, but I'd want to see that before I could actually side with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
So I think it had community support when they paid for it to go up the first time. You know, but I respect your opinions and I'll ask we table this until we get community support.
Okay. Just want to thank you for coming in and presenting. I think this is, as other councillors have said, this is a great piece of our history and there is support around the table. We just want to see greater support within the community itself to be brought forward. The one thing you did mention, and I believe Christine, it was yourself, wanted to do a plaque around Olive, and I don't see that in here. So is that in the pricing already?
No, I just would be, because when we were talking to Brian didn't actually know the history of the mural and how the money had been raised. And so I thought, it's, as time goes by, the generations change and people don't remember the stories about who were the people who developed our communities. And so I thought it would be nice to do something like that.
And I would agree myself. I think that's a good touch, especially because this is a historical
Mhm.
piece and where you're looking at putting it. So we do have, I'm not sure that this really needs to be a tabling motion. It's just, we're going to ask you that you go out and look for a little more community support and
Mhm.
come back with that at a later date. Okay, but we do thank you for coming and presenting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today.
We did make a motion, but it's not really a tabling motion, so
Oh, it's either refuse the motion or whatever.
I'm going to refuse the motion. So with that, thank you. And we look forward to you coming back with more information in the near future. So with that, we'll move on to item 8.2, which is a request for letter of support from the city. Director Lapp. And I think you're going to hand this off to Reed. So maybe I'll just go right to Reed.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, happy to hand this one off to Reed.
Thank you, Reed Marshall and members of council. The city of Grand Prairie has requested county support in the form of a letter for their application to the Housing Accelerator Fund. The Housing Accelerator Fund is part of a federal grant program through the National Housing Strategy, and it provides grant funding for initiatives that will increase housing growth in the region with a focus on affordable housing. The actual grant amounts are based on the projected number of housing units to be created. The city is proposing a range of initiatives to support affordable housing, including density bonusing, process improvements, and partnerships with nonprofit organizations. Administration has prepared a draft letter of support in the event that council does want to provide one, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
So what is Deputy Harris?
Thanks, Reed Marshall. I'd move option 1, that council provide a letter of support to the city of Grand Prairie.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Harris that council provide a letter of support to the city of Grand Prairie for the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund HAF application. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Thanks, Reed. So moving on to 8.3, Alberta Enterprise Group membership. Director Lopp.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So this is related to follow up to an event that I believe yourself, the Reeve, and our CAO attended a number of weeks ago. The Alberta Enterprise Group is an advocacy group focused on communicating the benefits of doing business in the province. They frequently host a number of events and provide policy advice and advocates for Alberta businesses to both local and provincial government and other jurisdictions around the world. Provides networking opportunities and mentorship to its members. And sort of following up to the event that the county had attended, there was a question about whether the county would be interested in becoming a member of the organization. So we've provided some information and looking for council's direction on whether council sees value in becoming a member of the organization. Administration's review, I think, sees some value in attending, particularly in terms of the networking opportunities that presents to us, both with business and industry operating in the province and doing essentially FDI, foreign direct investment marketing for the province, as well as some of the political opportunities and to raise the profile of the county with the province and other levels of government. So it wasn't at the event myself, so I can't provide a lot of background in terms of the value of the particular event that was attended, but it sounds like it was really worthwhile and very positive. Cost of membership is $3,000 per year. A couple options in front of council. Option one would be to proceed with the process to become a member of Alberta Enterprise Group. Funding for membership fees need to be added and funded from economic development operating budget. Option two would be no action, or option three is council directs. Happy to answer any questions, and may need some help from the CAO or yourself on this one too.
So just to add to that, at the event, my understanding, Julia can correct me if I'm wrong, but whenever they have these sessions, they typically always invite one of the ministers. The next one is in Edmonton, and they'll have Minister Jean at it. Julia and I had talked to him about maybe we could host one up here, and it's getting high profile, one of the high profile ministers, and gets us direct access. We're the only municipality at that event, so it gives us an opportunity to talk to Minister Schultz directly around our issues and stuff. So, and plus even access within industry, those connections within industry and promoting our area. And even I think Julia had mentioned about they're looking at building trade schools and stuff and getting more access for industry because of the shortage of labor and stuff in the area. So there's potential there. We're trying to hook them up potentially with Northwest Polytechnic around Fairview and those type of things. So there's huge potential there for us, I believe, for us to access. But Julia, is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the connections and the meetings were really good. And actually the minister spoke to the leaders at that meeting about what Alberta can do to, in a way, to work with the federal government to still meet the targets, but meet the targets our own way for the, as you know, what's happening right now on the federal level. And that could be done through innovation. So we can basically support the growth in the oil and gas industry, meanwhile working through different technological advances and in innovation to still reach the targets that the federal government envisioning, or at least through those innovation and technological advances, work with the federal government to move that date to somewhere else, which is more reasonable, and at the same time support the growth in oil and gas industry. So it was interesting conversation, and there were many questions were asked by representatives in the room from different industries and different companies. The point is, that's where the main offices are in Calgary, but where the resources are there in Grande Prairie, in Fort McMurray, that's where the actual oil and gas resources are, and that's where we will be probably affected the most if oil and gas industry is suffering. And as you know, it's one of the bigger industries here. So there's definitely a huge advantage for connecting. And we understand that Alberta Enterprise Group has good connections with provincial government, with current provincial government. And I believe in October they have an event as well, which is the premier scheduled to be at that event. And they usually rotate Calgary, Edmonton, and we say, why not Grande Prairie? Why not Calgary, Edmonton, Grande Prairie? And invite business leaders to Grande Prairie, and hopefully people from Calgary and Edmonton will also attend, or that would be the aim. We also are hoping that the Alberta Enterprise Group and whoever is in the board of directors will come to Grow in the North conference and participate in that event. So looking how to expand those connections. As for the trade school, we actually have a meeting set up, and it's between Lisa Davis and Vanessa Shane from Northwest Polytechnic, and it is to have a conversation about potential STEM school. Lisa Davis was instrumental in opening one up in Calgary. It opened up in the fall of 2021. So I'm not sure exactly how that works, but I suggested that we should at least have a conversation. And I said to Vanessa, you probably agree that we're very well set up here to be the leaders in innovation, and We have a Fairview campus that could be utilized in some additional ways and innovative ways that it hasn't been to date. So my role is basically to initiate that conversation between the two agencies and see where we're gonna get with that and provide support if we are able to through municipality. So I guess you never know where you're gonna get unless you try. So that's where we at. So yeah, so that's definitely, at least a 1-year membership and see where we're gonna get with it. And yeah, it was well arranged and it wasn't really expensive event. I think we paid $95 for that event per person, and it's if we remember, that cost is even less. So $3,000 membership per year, and have our economic development connecting with businesses on that end and understanding the challenges, I think will be beneficial. Anyways, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Zimmerman.
Well, I think this is probably a good opportunity and it's not that expensive, so I'll move option 1.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that council direct administration to proceed with the process for the county to become a member of the Alberta Enterprise Group AEG with funding for membership fees to be added and funded from the Economic Development Operating Budget. Current cost of membership is $3,000 per year. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, Leanne, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there's a comment about it coming from the economic development budget. I think it's an opportunity for advocacy all the way through. So really, does it need to come out of next budget? Honestly, could it not come from general funding if it's being funded? Because
Nick's got to move.
well,
We can make it.
Or where does our current
all-
advocacy
it's
funding
all
come
one
from with
pot.
Alberta?
it really, I mean,
Council initiatives?
well, not even council, just general revenue. I mean, it's something that's, if it's an advocacy item, it could come out of, it could come out of council initiatives, it could come out of economic development, but it really, it hits all the departments in the county. It's not just economic development. That's my point. So it could just come from general revenue or general funding.
So where does our advocacy money come from for Alberta Council?
Oh, that's
Okay, put it under operating budget. It's all the same. Okay, I will call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.4 tender award for county city trailer connector, Director Conowalek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the city trail connector that has a $750,000 federal grant tied to it with the completion of March of 2024. So we tendered it. You can see the bidders. Low bidder is Wapiti Gravel Suppliers. We're recommending award to the low bid received from Wapiti Gravel. Helix Engineering has reviewed and found that all requirements are met. There's a chart showing where the money is coming from. So the amount budgeted, that's what's remaining. So we had to have some expenses before this point, land and stuff like that. And then when you add in the federal grant and the city of Grand Prairie's contribution, you can see that we're short $506,186.33. And that's the ask for today, to award and to approve funding come from municipal reserve to an increase of $790,907.33. I'll maybe just answer any questions.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ryan, for this and the work that's done from this through Public Works. I know that there was some logistics on trying to get the right of way secured, and there was a lot of work that happened behind that, and I appreciate it. This is in my division, and I know that there's lots of people that use the trail system through the dunes and through Muskosipi Park. This is going to create a connection between the two, and eventually it'll form the connection that will go across the Wapiti River into the MD of Greenview as well. So I don't think I see any other lights. So with that, I'm going to move option 1, that council award the County City Trail Connector contract to Wapiti Gravel Suppliers in the tender amount of $1,309,678.03, excluding GST, with the estimated total cost of the project to be $1,588,833, and all with funding to come from the municipal reserve in the amount of $790,907.33 from the Canada Community Revitalization Grant in the amount of $750,000, and the City of Grand Prairie in the amount of $48,981.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council award the County City Trail Connector contract to Wapiti Gravel Suppliers, Inc. in the tender amount of $1,309,678.03, excluding GST. The estimated total cost of the project is $1,589,888.33, including contingency engineering and any other associated costs, with funding to come from the municipal reserve in the amount of $790,907.33 from the Canadian Community Revitalization Fund CCRF grant in the amount of $750,000, and from the City of Grand Prairie in the amount of $48,981. Is there any further discussion? Also wanted to recognize, I believe, Councillor Beaupre, you helped with some of the logistics behind the scenes, so thank you for your assistance with that as well. So with that, I will call the question. That motion is carried. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for administration. So now that this has been approved, will the project proceed this year? So it'll try and finalize before the end of the year?
Yeah, so what the team did was they put a completion date for the trail of this year, and we have to come up onto the road with that culvert crossing to avoid the bridge that was talked about, and we have to cross the correction line road of Alberta Transportation. So those two activities would be allowed to happen next year, but the lion's share to use that 750,000 has a completion date of this fall.
Good, perfect. Thank you.
And I believe Wapiti is looking for work because they got kind of shut out on a few projects, so no wonder they're a little bitter. Moving on to 8.5, proposed upgrade for the chlorine analyzer for the hamlet of Hythe. Director Conowalik.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an interesting one because the team got innovative here. So I'll just run you through it quick. So the water system in Hythe has two Rosemount Emerson analyzers, both which need decently expensive maintenance. The rest of the equipment in the county is prominent, and it's a different system. And so what we're suggesting is, instead of doing the maintenance on the existing one, is to replace it right now. And when you look at it financially through a 5-year window, the teams run the numbers and it makes a lot of sense. So you can see the sensors are $4,700-ish, and the cost to replace it with the other system is $19,900. But if you go down to costs and source of funding, you can actually see the short-term costs of continuing with the current system, and then the annual maintenance costs with that system, that over a 5-year window, we equate to $28,700. Whereas if we upgrade right now for $19,900 and add the annual maintenance cost of the new system, we have a 5-year cost of $27,400. So what we're asking council for is to approve option 1, which is the replacement with money to come from the general capital reserve. And then option 2 would be to go ahead with the maintenance option as well. I can answer any questions, and Jen's here as well.
Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there some value in the rose mounts to either sell or repurpose somehow? No?
Probably not a lot, negligible-ish.
Deputy Harris.
So I'm just trying to understand the maintenance on these two items. Do we do the maintenance ourselves and buy supplies, or do we use a third party to do the maintenance?
Yep,
If you can come to the, Jennifer, go ahead.
Good morning, council. Thank you. Yeah, we do a hybrid of both. So it depends what kind of maintenance is required for either of the units, but we still have the requirement to have them calibrated, and that's done by a third party.
So the new units, it's more of like a one-time or once a year kind of
annual
setup, whereas the other one, there's membranes and other options that are, yep.
You have 90 days or something. Yep. So I think it only makes sense to go with the common one across our systems. And then it takes less training and less chance that they'll wreck the sensor when they're not familiar with it. So
Yeah, and I was happy to see the team look at the 5-year cost instead of just today's cost. So, once that happened, it made a lot of sense as well, Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thank you.
Yeah, just with regards to that, for the benefits for looking at the 5-year, that's what kind of sold me on it. I mean, it's pretty much negligible, and actually we save money over the long term with going with a prominent chlorine analyzer. So, well, yeah, we spend less. Okay. Perspective. Councillor Peterson.
There's no other lights, so I'll move option 1.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Peterson that council approve replacing the Rosemount Emerson chlorine analyzers with a prominent chlorine analyzer system for the hamlet of Hythe at a cost of $19,000 with funding to come from the general capital reserve. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to, thanks, Jennifer. Moving on to 8.6, Dune wildfire update. Dozer Guard, Director Conowalik.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, this is just a verbal update as to where we're at on the Dunes West Dozer Guard. So as council knows, during the emergency, there was a dozer guard that did do some damage to people's properties. Under provincial legislation, that is authorized, and we could just walk away, so to speak. As per our previous discussions, we wanted to possibly look at how we could help out with activities strictly related to the dozer guard, not related to any other aspects of the emergency or firefighting. So Chris and Justin have spent a lot of time meeting with ratepayers out there. There's over 40, so we had an online submission, we had walk-ins. They then went out and met with everybody. They've compiled a list of what they feel based on the criteria we've set as far as dozer guards. So for example, if we bulldoze somebody's fence, we would say, okay, we'll pay to replace that fence based on quotes. We don't want to get in the business of being out there doing all the work. So that step is done. They've responded to all of the people who they met now, saying that we are reviewing this and that we will begin to move forward towards the end of August. So this is more of a verbal update in that regards. So I wanted to let council know so that the message is clear as to of how we are proceeding. We're looking at damages like a fence, sheds or greenhouses if they were wrecked. If there's some loads of topsoil, some gravel on driveways where they're chewed up. We're not looking at any additional cleanup like arborists or things like that, or planting trees, market, claims of loss of market value to homes. It's strictly based on the physical damage from the dozer guard to existing infrastructure. So like I say, fences, stuff like that. Right now, our internal estimates are somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000 to complete the work. And so I just wanted to let council know that that's the path that we're going down. Wanted to give council a chance, if needed, to provide different direction. And probably the last thing, we do continue to get these walk-ins, and at some point we're gonna have to say we're closed for business on this front. Like, you know, we've put it online, we went out and met people, we've done all of these other things, and at some point, you know, if somebody comes to us in January of like, we're done here, right? So that would be some input I'd like from council. That would be my recommendation, would be that we would allow these walk-ins until the end of this year, and come January 1st, you've had lots of time to get this into us. You know, I suspect the 40 plus that have submitted something, you know, it's probably a handful or less than a handful that will continue, but we have seen it, even though, you know, we kind of set a deadline. So I think that's what I wanted to make sure council was aware of, make sure there was an opportunity if we were going to shift gears, or if we were happy with the path we're going on, and kind of an idea from council on a timeline when everybody will just agree that, you know, we're done. So I take any questions.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thanks very much for the update, Brian. Just a question. I know I had been, one of the residents in the area had reached out because the dozer guard had went along his property line, but it went directly to the river. And then so it's provided access for areas that were never accessible before. He had some concerns about speed limits and safety, I guess, in that area. Have we addressed any of those concerns?
So that's a little bit different because that's on Crown land. So it's through a disposition holder. So we have the requirement under the TFA that's since been issued to deal with some of this. Those ones that go down to the river, fire has indicated don't need to be kept as long-term. So, you know, the idea would be to reclaim them. So we actually do have environmental engineering consultant that's helping us out with the southeast fire break with some of the requirements there. And we've moved them over to the Dunes West to look at ways to, because the other issue there is heavy erosion actually as they cut down to the river. So I guess the long / into short answer is yes. It's just a little different than
this actually.
Yeah.
The other, okay. Yeah, but it is being looked at.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
So these things like hitting fences and stuff, was that negligence on our part?
No, that was directly ordered to be done because we needed to establish a guard, and there was, in many cases, bush inside the fences. So where we could, I'll give an example, is when the crew got to a site that looked like the yard was already fire smarted, they called the captain and said, come have a look, and they would have a look and they would say, well, that's not a danger, so we'll leave that one. So I think there was a lot of time and effort put into trying to make sure it was safe, but not, I guess the way I would put it, just cowboys blazing a trail kind of thing.
Okay, so you think it was good decisions as well?
Yeah, there was also cases where there was access to logging gear and they were able to pluck some trees out without just bulldozing the fence down. It was just certain activities were super time sensitive, and other ones we had a little more time to, you know, the fire's over here now, let's do this. We have a little more time. Whereas, hey, the fire's right here, you need to do this. Yep.
So what kind of commitments have you made to those people already?
We haven't made any commitments as far as saying this 100% will happen. We've indicated that we're not looking at tree loss, tree replacement, market value, kind of the same stuff I said to council. We've said, like, what we want is your information. Okay, yeah, that's something we would consider. So we basically went off previous discussions with council. But we haven't put anything down saying, yeah, we promised to give you this.
So if we weren't neglectful and we were making decent decisions there, why are we paying for this stuff?
I guess it'd have to go back to our previous conversations on having the ability to I don't know if I want to say do the right thing, but it's
Keeping relations.
it's, yeah, it's, you know, I wouldn't say we have a responsibility to do it, but I think as an organization with some resources to be able to, find a line on how to help out versus just opening the vault. This is very targeted. It's a very measured response to try and help with a certain aspect, but not taking it all. I'm not sure if that answers very well.
Legally, do we not open ourselves up to more because we're now saying we're paying out for mistakes we made or?
No, there's no precedent setting or legal ramifications in talking with legal. Was, you know, we wanted to get a legal opinion because there's two pieces of legislation, one being the Emergency Management Act that actually kind of hints that you're on the hook for a lot of things. And then there's a Municipal Government Act, which has some provisions within it that provide the, I guess, cover to the organization not to have to do it. So it wouldn't be something we're worried about setting precedent, for example. I think the difference, let's like use a flood as an example. We would probably not be coming to the table because we're not going to be out there doing things to impact what happened. Whereas in this case, we felt, well, it was our forces that did this. And there's a line here where we can draw that there's the firefighting versus the dozer guards. So yeah, long rambly answer to your question, but no, there's no legal precedent setting here.
Just seems to me that $400,000 is a lot of money.
Go ahead, Julia.
Thank you. I believe that all of that expense, and Mark to confirm, is also qualifies under disaster recovery program. Yeah. So 90% of it would be covered through disaster recovery program. Yeah.
Do you want to add to the conversation, Director?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Unless correct me, I'm wrong, my fellow directors, that the actual funding for the construction of both of these fire guards actually comes under grant funding provided by the provincial government.
That $5 million grant.
Both of them, and so the cost to the cost of the county is recouped 100% in that case on those. So,
yeah, I'm not sure if it would fit through that one because of its restoration of fences, right? But yeah, it's one or another program will be covering majority of the cost.
I don't believe that these damages would be covered under the 100% grant. But the DRP side, we could submit it as part of that.
Councillor Zimmerman.
When you say you don't know if it's the right thing to do, I think morally it's the right thing to do. So I think what you guys are doing is great.
Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. In regards to that grant, will we not exceed that with what we have anyways? Like we're asking for a $5 million grant process and you're saying it's covered, that 400,000 will be covered under that? Disaster assistance program or whatever?
So there's two different programs. One is the disaster recovery program, which reimburses municipalities up to 90%. And I believe the component to bring the properties back to, initial state while maintaining the guard will be covered through DRP. That $5 million is specifically given for a fire break that will be maintained on ongoing basis in the future. So a portion of a fire break that was built in the Crown land, I believe that's the one that they would cover. And there might be a components of the fire guard that we will choose to maintain that will become part of that bigger network of the fire break along the private property. Will that include all of that fire guard work or not? I cannot really say. I think that's for us yet to discuss. $5 million or not. So the way that $5 million works, it's totally separate grant to build a fire break that will be maintained in perpetuity, basically as a fire break, rather than one-time disaster response. So
the
yeah,
$5 million, I'm just asking if we'll be in excess of that anyways.
Oh, the way it is written, that our own funding only kicks in once we've 5 million, exceeded that $5 million. And as far as I know, the total cost was around $700,000-800,000 that we identified.
So,
in the
and just to clarify, there's two separate $5 million grants, one for the Southeast Fire Break, which we're closer to $2 million right now. And then our money and the city's money would kick in after 5. And then there's the Dunes West, which is a separate up to $5 million grant. And Julie is correct. It's in the neighborhood of $700,000.
Okay, thank you.
But those agreements are different from DRP, and the two agreements for $5 million, that's where we would get up to 100% reimbursement up to that $5 million. Yeah.
Okay, so I would agree with the direction that you're going. I think we do have to cut it off at some point. I think there's more than enough time people have had, and people talk, and there's social media, there's lots of information that's out there. So just one thing, when I met with the Premier on Friday, when we brought up the fire guard, I did thank her for the province's support around those and stuff. And I told her we had salvaged whatever we could that was merchantable timber on that Southeast fire break, but the rest will be burnt this winter. They're asking, is there a way, especially from a federal lens in the environment, that we can get that wood to, say, one of the cogens? Would they take that? Is that timber that they could use? I said I would bring that up. I'm just putting that out there. I didn't know at that time, but that was kind of one of the directions with some of the pushback they're getting on the federal side around CO2 emissions and all of that, right?
The stuff that'll be burnt would be pretty hard to not burn because it's just so mixed and yeah.
It's a brush pile.
We'll try to not burn what we can not burn. Certainly, we don't want to just be burning to burn, but it's a traditional brush pile in some of these cases, right?
Yeah. So I said I would bring it up
Yep.
to you guys to let you know. So we have Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. With regards to trying to take it to cogens, I know in the past, on our commercial timber license that we had, some of the slash and the other piles that we tried to ask them to take, it's detrimental to their burners. There's so much sand involved in it and everything else. It's really hard on their equipment. So we were not successful in sending that before in the past.
Okay, good information. Thank you. Deputy Harris.
Thanks. So if you're gonna burn the wood, does it really matter where you burn it? I mean, if you burn it in a cogen or burn it in a pile, it's still gonna contribute to the CO2 in the atmosphere.
The issue is what Councillor Beaupre said, is that the facilities don't want.
No, they don't want it, but my point is, if you're gonna burn it, doesn't matter where you burn it? Doesn't, does it? If you're worried about the environment.
I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, if you want to look at it from that lens, if you want to save the carbon, then you bury it. Right? I mean, they're doing all sorts of weird things, right?
Under the criteria, the cogen is classified as green. I'm not disagreeing with you. We're just going down a rabbit hole that.
Yeah. But maybe we should charge them $85 or $95 a ton and put it in our landfill, right?
Burn it there.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Peterson.
So you maybe can chip them top piles and just spread them on the line. And if that's government money that's gonna pay for that, that would be a good, I think, good use of it. Then you're not burning it. Not that I'm against burning it.
No.
We're working with, it's Crown land, right? So we're working with the province and the TFA.
And that's what I told the Premier and stuff at that point in time. Unfortunately, she was asking the city how they were going to maintain it. And I said, actually, that's county going to be doing that. So I redirected her back to us on that aspect. So when I said, we're still working with Alberta Environment on what that is going to look like, how we're going to maintain those.
Yep.
So I'm seeing no more lights at this point, Ryan. So thanks for the update.
And so I guess just, I don't need any motions, but in general, continue on the path we're going. And by the end of this year is a reasonable date for people to have come to us.
I'm seeing heads shaking around the table. So
thank you.
So moving on to 8.7, sponsorship request for Resource Center for Suicide Prevention for the 13th Annual Chair Extraordinaire Event. Director Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Before you have the RFD for the application that we received online for the Resource Center for Suicide Prevention, their sponsorship for their 13th annual Chair Extraordinaire event. Previously, we have supported this through the purchase of a table for a period for amount of $795. This group here holds their annual event, and their vision is on reduction of suicide behavior and such related activities. We've brought it forth to council with 4 options. One is to continue with the previous contribution, or another contribution of council's desire, or no contribution, or as council directs.
Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that council approve the sponsorship request from the Resource Center for Suicide Prevention for the 13th Annual Chair Extraordinaire event to be held on September 23rd at the Terra Center, and the amount of $895 for a table for 8.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Roosevelt. The council approved the sponsorship request for the Resource Center for Suicide Prevention for the 13th Annual Chair Extraordinaire event to be held on September 23rd, 2023 at the Terra Center in the amount of $895, a table of 8 at the event, with funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant. Is there any further discussion? Just to note, Councillor Roosevelt is very good at giving tips on how to bid, so she helped last year. So.
I'm good at taking bids too, just saying.
So with that, I'll call the question. So that motion is carried. So moving on to 8.9, which is proclamation for Rail Safety Week. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I jumped ahead. 8.8, thanks, Councillor Beaupre. 8.8, building at Northwest Polytechnic Fairview Campus. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you well aware, we were copied on 2 letters, one from MD of Fairview and one from MD of Greenview, related to the proposed demolition or a transfer of ownership of buildings at Fairview campus. So both municipalities expressed concerns about the proposed demolition or a transfer of the ownership. As a result, as you're well aware, a meeting was held at campus. Minister of Advanced Education Rajan Sani, she toured the Fairview campus and met with stakeholders. So Deriv and Councillor Peterson, I believe, attended. So that is just presented for information, and if council would like to take any direction at this point, I am actually meeting with Vanessa tomorrow, so I should learn more, but I understood a lot of issues that were highlighted could have be solved with communications, basically, right? Yeah.
So yeah, just with regards to that, my perception, and correct, Councillor Peterson, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the issue was there was a lack of communication between Northwest Polytechnic and the Fairview area and the surrounding municipalities on what was happening. So I believe they're having a meeting with that group now and the new president, Vanessa, to better communicate and lay out the plans and look at different options and stuff. So I think that decision has been put on hold at this point in time. Whether it moves ahead, it still may move ahead, but they're going to sit down and actually consult with the surrounding groups. Is that was my perception? Is that correct, Brian?
Yeah, that's my opinion too. They mathematically, what they were doing made sense, and I think if people were aware of it, but people weren't. They didn't communicate with anybody, and they never looked at any other options for those buildings. So, I mean, it was a job poorly done by Polytechnic, and yeah, I think some communication will make that a lot better.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a bit of other information. I happened to read an article CBC had posted for the local gentleman that's from here. He made reference to the fact that most of the buildings that they talked about demolishing are actually residences or a home or house or whatever, and that there had been a suggestion that they be repurposed for affordable housing. I think I'm hoping that they'll look at it all through a lens of whether or not how affordable it is to refurbish some of those buildings as well. Because if they're in a state of disrepair, that it's going to cost more to renovate them than it is to build them standalone or new, or in our discussions we've had on other buildings where if it costs half the amount to build it, re-renovate it, is it worth renovating? But those will be discussions that the Polytech and the province will have to have, but.
Yeah, it was in the millions.
Pardon me?
It was in the millions.
So, I mean, those buildings are old and used well.
And it was around, they looked at what their vacancy rate was and stuff, and what their enrollment rate was, and they had way excess for residences. So buildings were sitting empty and not being used and stuff. So that was part of the decision, and then up maintenance costs and everything else. And it was between $1 and $2 million, I believe. That's the number I recall when they laid it out. They give the numbers there, but again, it was options to look at that would make it affordable and stuff. So
Right. And I understand that the premier was in the region and spoke to the MD of Spirit River, actually saw the MD of Spirit River. So they would have had some concerns, brought that forward as well. So.
and they talked, she was actually visited with the town of Fairview, their council as well.
Yeah.
I have Deputy Ferris.
Thanks. I'm just curious if the change of president at Northwest Polytech had anything to do with this issue. I mean, I'm asking for about a rumor, but I'm just wondering, because it did seem to occur at the same time.
I don't know.
I don't have all the information to speculate in a public hearing around that and share that information publicly. There's lots of innuendo and stuff, but bottom line, the new interim president is from Fairview, actually. Her father was the dean at Fairview campus. So as for those private conversations, you would have to take that up with the board. Oops, sorry, Julia, go ahead. Is there anything else?
No, nothing. Sorry.
Okay. So is there any action that council would like to take at this point in time? I'm seeing none. We'll move on to 8.9, proclamation for Rail Safety Week. Julia, back to you.
Thank you. Rail Safety Week will be held across Canada the week of September 18th to 24th. In the past, council proclaimed that week as Rail Safety Week in the county of Grande Prairie. And this particular proclamation meets the criteria for a proclamation as listed in council's policy. So looking for council's direction. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
Just in wake of White Court situation, I think I'll move option 1.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Peterson that County of Grande Prairie proclaims September 18th to 24th, 2023 as Rail Safety Week. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Yes.
So that motion is carried. So moving on to 8.10, 23rd Annual Alberta Care Conference, Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So back in 2022, Council approved the request to host and sponsor Alberta Care Conference 30th anniversary on September 6th through 8th in the county of Grand Prairie and provided an amount of $20,000 for that. The conference is scheduled to take place in Grand Prairie between September 6th and 8th at the Holiday Inn. This conference is usually held in spring and the fall. So the fall conference, the dates that were selected, conflicting with Northwest FCSS Spring and Summer Regional Beach Retreat and the Reading University 10th Annual Hole-in-One Golf Tournament and Greenview Clay Shoot event. So this conference listed as additional conference, so attendance at the conference requires council's motion. So would like to see how council would like to handle. There's so many events happening that day and you made certain commitments to attend. So it would be good that at least we will have few representatives at the event that we're actually sponsoring and hosting. So looking for council's direction. Thank you.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Just wondering if this was in our calendars, because I don't remember seeing the conference, this one in there. We've seen the other events that were put in there, the Northwest one and the Reading University and the other, but I don't remember seeing the CARE conference in our agenda. So, you know, I have some commitments, but I am in Grand Prairie those times, so I would be able to participate in and out. But especially if we're being the host committee, it would be would be nice if some of us showed up.
Yeah. Show that we care.
Yeah.
He's so punny. Councillor Rosewold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. This is a very important conference. Like, it's been very valuable in the past, some very good learnings from it. But as the chair for FCSS, I feel that I need to go to the Northwest meeting for that. So I unfortunately cannot attend as much as it is a very valuable conference. So.
Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll move option 2.
Yeah. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that all councillors be authorized to attend the 23rd Annual Alberta Care Conference to be held on September 6th to 8th, 2023 at the Holiday Inn and Suites in Grand Prairie with funding to come from council's budget. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So moving on to information items, there are none. No, next is notice of motion. Is there? Oh man, I jumped right over that. Sorry. 8.11, 4th Annual West Yellowhead Golf Tournament. Julia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That information was received the last week, midweek, so there's no RFD written for it. And this event is actually coming up on August 18th, which is this week, Friday. Because it's a political fundraiser, the county cannot register a participant. However, council could support an individual attending, paying their own registrations for participating, but reimbursing for the travel and paying a honorarium. You're allowed to do that. So wondering if council is interested in sending a person or two. We were told that there's many ministers will be in attendance at that event. So that's another way to promote the county. Thank you.
Again, I think this is another opportunity for us to be in front of ministers. So we should, I believe, at least send one, but it would probably be beneficial to send 2. Councillor Rosewold.
So this is a golf tournament. Do we have any kind of timing about it at all? Like nothing.
As to when it starts at
what
9.
day starts at 9?
It's this Friday.
Yeah.
And it starts at 9. There's a breakfast, lunch and supper from what I saw on the information that was sent out.
Okay. Because if we need somebody to be there, I can't be there for the whole day, but I could come on the way home I'm coming home from Edmonton anyways that day, so I could stop.
Because I was already scheduled for the police officers golf tournament that way, but I can switch if we can get someone else to take that, whether it's a county staff member or whatever. So, yeah. Councillor Peterson.
So I was same out with the Archie Harvey, but I would switch and change to. So
So what is council's direction? Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. I'd like to move that council authorize the Reeve and one other counselor to attend the 6th annual West Yellowhead, sorry, I can't read from that early. MLA golf tournament to be held August the 18th with funding to come from the council's budget. Counselor or administrator? Not sure if if one of the administration wants to, you're not able to go? Okay, so
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council authorize the Reeve and one other councillor to attend the 4th annual West Yellowhead Golf MLA Golf Tournament to be held on August 18th, 2023 with funding for travel to come from the council's budget. And per diems, I'm assuming. Julie, do per diems qualify for this or not? Okay. Just want to be clear up front. So, okay. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So with that, I'd have to go back either through the emails. Can we get the information exactly, the time starts and everything? Okay, thank you. Oh, I didn't have my email open. Sorry, just opening it now. Okay. So with that, I think I'm finally got all old business or new business done. Okay, so moving on to 9, information items. There are none. Moving on to 10, which is notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion from council? Seeing none, I'll move on to council member reports. Is there anything people would like to add or any questions for any of the reports that were submitted? I'm seeing no lights on, so administrative reports, there are none. So looking for a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Peterson, go ahead.
I forgot that's Karen's job.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll move to go into closed session.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councillor Roosevelt to move into closed session. I'll call the question.
Set up.
Who are we missing? Bob, we're missing you. That motion is carried. Order. So we have motions coming out of closed session for 13.2. Councillor Krennic.
13.2. I'll move that the council direct administration to proceed with entering into an agreement for a land swap exchange and to accommodate the acquisition of land to allow for road construction within the hamlet of Claremont.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic. The council direct administration proceed with entering into an agreement for a land swap exchange to accommodate the acquisition of land to allow for road construction within the hamlet of Claremont. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 13.3, assessment services. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that council direct administration to continue providing assessment services to the urban municipalities of the town of Beaver Lodge, the town of Wembley, and the town of Sexsmith under a 5-year term contract starting January 2024.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council direct administration to continue providing assessment services to the urban municipalities of town of Beaver Lodge, town of Wembley, and the town of Sexsmith under a 5-year term contract starting January 2024. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 13.4, tipping fee changes. What is council's direction? Councillor Balderson.
I'll move the council direct administration to amend the schedule of fees, rates, and charges by law to include a rate 86 per ton for high volume haulers. Those living in excess of 200 ton per month, 1-year period, and bring a report to a future council meeting.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson that council direct administration to amend the schedule of fees, rates, and charge bylaw to include a rate of $86 per ton for high volume haulers, being those tipping in excess of 200 ton per month for a 1-year period, and bring a report to a future council meeting. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 13.5. Personnel item. I believe we have the motion up. Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thanks, Reeve Marshall. I'd move that council supports and approves the revised organizational chart and that administration is authorized to proceed accordingly as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris. The council supports and approves the revised organizational chart and that administration be authorized to proceed accordingly as discussed in closed session. Is there any further discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. We have no decisions on delegations. So at this point, our agenda is complete. We are adjourned.